Okay, let's see if this thing works. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see here. This seems roughly correct. What happens if I do that? Okay. Click there. I don't have chat yet. Here we go. Is this it? Okay, I'm engaging in the art of learning. Oh, I'm hearing myself. All right, perfect. Pinned chat. Okay, cool. Testing. All right. Here we go. I think this is good. Let me just post a link to that in my Discord. All right, cool. I don't know how to pin my chat to an area where I can see it though. I'll just stick it down here for now and call it good maybe. Pop that up. Okay, so welcome to my first YouTube stream. Probably nobody knows who I am, but that's fine. Like 10 years ago, I made a Minecraft thing in Unity, and I'm doing my first test stream now. So I was inspired by my recent playthrough of Metroid Dread, and I want to create a similar type game while learning how to do Unity's visual scripting. So we'll see how that goes. I've already imported a few things, namely the visual scripting itself, as well as a few bits of code from my Crazy Control project, which I had used to make that Mario thing way back in the day. And I guess we'll just see where it goes from there. Let's see here. So to start off, I guess we just need a character that can move back and forth. Let's just start out with 3D just to make it so it's a bit easier. That is the game view. We want the scene view. Perfect. Okay. And let's create a character. Oh, not scaling. There we go. And all right, so creating a visual script. I've done this like once or twice. I think it's called Script Machine. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's make it an embedded one and edit the graph. All right, let's see what I can do with this. I'll dock it down here. So I mentioned I imported the thing from Crazy Control, but I haven't tested anything of anything to do with that. So I guess I'll try that real quick, just see if it actually works. Let's see here. What was it called? Crazy Controller Movement. That seems it. It requires an animator. God, it's been so long. I don't remember all of the requirements for everything. Okay, what happens if I hit play? I need to turn off domain reloading. Beautiful. Nothing happened. Perfect. All right. Edit project settings. Can I do 3D model request? That's what do you mean by a 3D model request? Let's see here. Editor. Where is domain reloading? There we go. Enter play mode options. Don't reload domain. So now I should be able to enter play mode a lot faster. Boom. Yep. There we go. Instantaneous. Perfect. I am going to be making 3D models for this project, of course. I don't have anything in mind other than maybe, Samus, of course. But if anybody has any interesting ideas, of course, I'd be open to those. So let's see here. It doesn't look like I have a rigid body on it. Hello, Florian. I am glad to be back. We'll see how this goes. Of course, this is my first YouTube stream, so if it goes well, I'll probably be doing this more often. We'll see. So hopefully if I hit play, this drops down. Drop down not in the correct way. Okay, what happens if I remove that crazy controller thing? Okay, now physics actually affects it. Okay, so yeah, I have no idea how my crazy controller script worked. Yeah, this should be archived at least. Again, it's my first time streaming on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I enabled the DVR option, which I assume makes it so that people can access it afterwards. So yeah, you should be able to go back and watch it at a later time. Because I'm not as familiar with visual scripting, I'm actually just going to create a quick normal script and see if I can interact with my crazy control thing that way. We'll call this testing. And just right off the bat, we will have a crazy controller movement, movement, and then say movement equals get component. Here's controller movement, and then an update. Let's say dot. Do I have a move method? Add movement. That seems right. Add movement vector 3 dot up. Okay, we'll see what happens if I do that. It'll probably just teleport away because I'm not multiplying it by delta time, but we'll see. Also, is the video smooth for everybody, or looks like my audio is peaking a little bit? Let me turn that down a smidge. Okay, I'll call this player, and so I guess I'd make sure that I'm not dealing with any encoding issues. Oh, we are losing a lot of frames due to encoding. I'm glad that I checked. Let me drop the bitrate a bit here. Video. No, what am I doing here? Output. Here we go. Let's drop down the kilobits significantly, and hopefully that stops any jittering that might have been happening. Oh no, I accidentally removed the settings window. How do I get that back? This is going to be a bit of a rocky first stream because, again, it's been a long time since I've streamed. So let's see here. View. Stats. Here we go. Okay, I'm not seeing any extra frames dropped. I think we're good now. Okay. So let's see here. If I stick my testing script on this, expected result is it just disappears. But it doesn't. Okay, so something is really messed up with my crazy controller movement thing. So I'm going to ignore that for now and instead make a custom physics thing. And we'll figure out where to go from there. Or I can try debugging this for a bit. I guess let's do that. All right. God, this is like 7-year-old code. Okay, let's see what happens. Want yielded. The hell? Update movement is not being called. Okay, so that's why nothing is happening. So let me try a void update and then update movement. We already have an update method. Where is the already existing update method? Here it is, manual interp. Okay, let's just chop that out of there. I have no idea what manual interp does, but I'm guessing I need to update the movement before that works at all. Well, right now I'm not doing too much 3D modeling. If you have an interesting idea, I guess, go ahead and post it, and I'll think about doing it at some future time. Although right now it's not on the chopping block, so to speak. Okay, nothing happened. Is that because it's disabled? I think it's because it's disabled. No, it's not. Okay, I just have no idea what I'm doing, clearly. Alright, so why would nothing happen? What do you guys think? Alright, so how does update movement work? What does this script do? Okay, what is the physics mode? Where is this set? If it is kinematic, do manual. Alright, let's try setting it to kinematic and see if that changes anything at all. No, it doesn't. All right, perfect. We're off to an excellent start. What is an Ophibop? Salty's Sunday Night. I have no idea what any of that is. All right, so clearly the crazy control thing isn't working. So let's go ahead and just create our own dealio. So I guess just to start off, we can do Unity's built-in character controller. Script machine depends on it. Okay. We'll remove the animator and remove the testing script and add in a character controller and remove the rigid body. All right, and then I guess I do actually need the testing script on there. But instead of using the crazy controller movement, we'll use a typical character controller. All right, let me look up the Ophi Bop character. See your images. I'm not sure if that would work too well in 3D. Um, something I could do in the future, maybe even make them a an enemy in the game or an ally or something. We'll see. Here, movement dot. I think we can just do move is the normal Unity one. Yeah, okay. So this, unless I have truly become senile in regards to Unity, should make this thing shoot upwards at unbelievable. Waiting for synchronous compilation to finish. Why? Nothing is using burst right now. Why is it doing burst stuff? All right, there we go. It is indeed shooting up at unbelievable speeds. Perfect. Okay, so this is going to be our new character controller. Let me, we'll call this Castleroid controller. Okie doke. You're talking about the black silhouette looking character, right? Okay, so we want to store their velocity over time. So we'll say vector3 velocity, and then we need a derivative of it. It needs to be affected by something. We'll say velocity plus equals physics.gravity times time.delta time, and then move by velocity, and then I think the character controller has its own velocity thing, so we can say velocity equals movement dot velocity. Is that a thing we can do? It looks like it. The one with a tail and horns. All right. That looks rather similar to the characters from somebody in my Discord's game, actually. That compilation seemed to drop some frames. That might be happening. I wonder if so. Right now, I'm using software encoding so that I can get away with some lower bit rates. But maybe I should swap over to hardware encoding. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do that while the stream is running. Is my audio unbroken when it's compiling, or does the audio cut out as well? All right, so ideally, this capsule will just fall to the ground. It teleported to the ground. Why did it teleport to the ground? Velocity plus equals. Oh, we want to move by velocity times time dot delta time. Of course. The idea here is just to get something basic working so that I can start on the visual scripting and know that it's actually working. All right, perfect. And then if I grab it and move it upwards, why can't I move it upwards? Where's my gizmo? All right, well, at least I can use this. I don't know what happened to my move gizmo, but all right. So we at least have confirmation that I can get things to move in Unity, which is always a nice start. Um, so let's see here. I think I want this Castle Red controller to be an abstraction for the character controller or the rigid body. So I'm going to make the visual scripts that the visual scripts will link into this Castle Red controller here, and then this will move either the rigid body or the character thing. Yeah, I can go ahead and grab you the link to the Discord real quick. Let's see here. Invite people. Copy. All right. Of course, behave yourself if you go in there. I haven't had to ban anybody yet, and I would hope to keep that the case. Let me make sure that that is the right link. In the past, I have linked to incorrect Discords. All right, perfect. Yeah, that looks right. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna kind of emulate the built-in character controller here and just say public vector3 or public void move, and then take in vector3 movement, and then or we'll just call this add force for now. Force, and then we do velocity plus equals force times delta time, and then right here instead we say add force physics.gravity, and then now I should be able to access this method here from the visual scripting. We shall see. So the past, I guess like year and a half now or so, I've been making apps on. Oh yeah, I'm seeing the frames drop while it's compiling. That's should probably do something about that. But can anybody confirm if while I'm stuttering super hard, if the audio is still coming through clear? Because that's what's really important to me, I think, right now. So for the past like year and a half or so, I've been doing like freelancing on Upwork, but most of my freelancing tends to be more on the app side of things, so I don't get too much experience with moving characters around and such. Um, that's a lie, actually. There has been quite a bit of character movement that I've done, although it hasn't been physics-based character movement. It's been more using like nav meshes and such. But let's see here. So we have this visual scripting here, and then I think I can add where do I global okay, can I search for how do I search? Castleroid. If I can spell it. Why does Castleroid come up with Cinemachine? Okay, let me see if I can just drag Castleroid controller in here. Okay. So I guess that's a literal for the Castleroid controller. Instead, I want the move method from it. Hold on. Can I say move or it was add force, right? Okay, I don't see it at all. Do I need to like rebuild the methods or something? I think that might be a thing I need to do. Let's see here. Visual scripting, regenerate nodes. The audio is mostly still there. Okay, excellent. So in Unity 2021, they actually added in multi-threaded imports for the project and compiling and such. And that's great because it means everything goes a lot faster, but it also means that it tends to use all the computer's resources while it's doing it. And I think that's what's leading to the stuttering during the compilation and such. Generate nodes completed. Okay, let's see if we now have add force on the Castleroid controller. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's delete this previous one. And then let's say I have a 10 to the right, except for I want it in update, right? Not in start. How do I delete transition? Hello? Transition. How delete? We've gotten to the point where I can't delete a single connection. All right, I need to ask for help from the chat. How do I delete a line? No, really, this is super frustrating. Do I hold control? No. Oh, wait, hold on. I had a... No? Hover over it, then press delete? No. Do I need to just put it into something else? Okay, well, that worked. I guess that works. Okay, you can tell how newbie I am at this visual scripting crap when I can't even delete a line. All right, so we have a force that should be added to this each frame. Let me move it down. And again, I don't know where my move thing is. My move command is gone. Oh my lord. Hold on, can I move the cube? I can move the cube. I just can't move the character. Why can I not move the character? Whatever. Let's remove that for now. Okay. All right, there we go. So the visual scripting does indeed work because we have it fly off to the side there. So now I want to bind that to the inputs. Do I have the new input system in here? I don't know if I have the new input system in yet. Let's see here. Window package manager. Unity registry. Input system. Install. Okay, I'm probably going to have to restart the editor after this. Because the input system looks like it's going to be the standard thing, I want to get used to using it. So even though it'd probably be easier just to go with the traditional input stuff for now, I'm going to bite the bullet now and go through the growing pains of adapting to the new stuff. So if you're not aware what the new input system is, it came out maybe 2 years ago or something. I'm not sure of the exact thing. Is it going to ask me to save my scene? Or is it just going to Control-Alt-Destroy it? Oh, there's tons of errors now. Excellent. Perfect. Okay. Also, shoutouts to Sora and Smash. Absolutely incredible that Nintendo somehow managed to get him in there. The new input system. The previous input system, the traditional Unity one, is where you do like input dot get button down space or jump or stuff like that, and you do that in like an update loop or something. So that was the old one, and that's been around since I started using Unity back in Unity 2.6. But the new one is more event based and lets you interact with. Uh, it lets you use callbacks essentially. So you can say on the move input event, and then this move input event can be mapped to either a touch on a touch screen or an input on a gamepad or whatever, and you can adjust all of that within some neat menus. Theoretically, I don't know how to do it quite yet, but we'll see. Okay, no more errors. No, we have a few errors, but they don't seem to be of any consequence. My mouse is being a bit weird. Uh, all right, so let's search for input and see if that does anything. Input, Unity engine, base input. I don't know how any of this works. Okay, so let's, I think there was something, you can create something. Input actions. Of course, it's at the very bottom. Test input actions. See what that does. Edit asset. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Add control scheme. My control scheme. Requirements. I don't know about any of that yet. Okay, action maps. Add action map. My action map. I don't know what the purpose of really any of these is yet. New action. Can I rename you? My action. Okay, it's a button. So the traditional Unity way of handling inputs was to have the project settings here. And then there was this input manager thing, and then you'd have axes. And this is where you would type in like all of your which axes you wanted to use for stuff. So like we have this horizontal movement here, and then this had left, right, A, and D as backup things. But you had precisely one alternative. But then you could go in here and add like increase the size of the axes, and then you'd scroll all the way to the bottom and add in another thing there. It's awful, but it's been around for the 10 years that I've been using Unity. Um, but this seems much more manageable. Listen. Okay. Now the question is, does it take my custom keyboard layout into account? Can I add binding? Okay, path, listen. Okay, it uses the key code as opposed to what the key is mapped to. That's good. So we'll rename my action to horizontal. Okay, save asset. So what I want to do is be able to bind this character to moving left and right. So we use the script graph here and see if there's horizontal. Does that? Of course, it has tons of things called horizontal. Let's give it a more verbose name. My horizontal input thing. And save, I guess. Okay, it doesn't seem to pick it up from there. Okay, what happens if I drag and drop? No, that's a literal for it. All right, to Google. See here. Unity Visual Scripting Input Package. Oh, do I need to regenerate the stuff? Or no, it should have regenerated upon uh add a player input component. The heck? Player input? Input actions, default scheme, my control scheme. Okay, I'm getting a little better idea at how this works. Okay, UI input module, input system UI module. I guess that's for integrating with UGUI. Camera, we're gonna stick on main camera. Input settings, input debugger. Okay. And no, that's a literal as well. All right, back to the create actions. Create script machine, open event section. Events input. I don't think that's the right input. How you doing, all mate? No, that is. Okay, maybe I do need to rebuild the things in order to get them to show. So we're doing visual scripting, regenerate nodes. So shout outs to them finally getting this loading bar in place as of like Unity 2020. Whereas like in 2019, it's just a freaking hourglass whenever you're waiting for it to do something. Stream's been good so far, I would say. We realized that when it's compiling scripts, it tends to make me drop a bunch of frames, so I might try switching to hardware encoding next time. Other than that, though, I think the quality of the stream has been pretty all right. Of course, I'll review it afterwards and make sure. But we've already come across a couple of things where my newbiness in regards to visual scripting was shown. For example, I cannot for the life of me figure out how to delete this line right here. Like, I click and hit delete, that doesn't do anything. I click and drag, that doesn't do it. If I right click, it opens this up. I just have no idea how to delete this line. Except for drag it over here and give it some random thing and then delete that random thing. And then I tried using a bit of stuff from Crazy Control, and then that just I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working at all. So we're making our own thing from scratch. But right now we're trying to figure out how to use the new input system in conjunction with the visual scripting. So both of them are relatively new to me, and when their powers combine, we're one confused Legend of Link. So we'll add a node, and then they have the events input. Okay, input system event. Okay, I believe this was not here before. Oh, is that a favorite button? Nice. Okay, input actions, my horizontal input thing. I guess I want the other one instead. It'll be events, input float, my horizontal input thing, and that goes into multiply. Or no, how do I construct a new vector 3? Create vector 3, cool. And then that goes into there. Excuse me. Okay, so the question is, do I need to mess with this flow stuff, or does this automatically work? Yeah, the new input system is, it's a lot more complicated than the old one, I would say, but a lot more powerful, and I think it can remove a lot of headaches that the old one used to have. In fact, when I was making a package for PolyPerfect, I basically put in an abstraction that incidentally ended up a lot like the new input system. I called it the input collector, and basically, you would have a thing that would just forward like the classic Unity inputs to it, and then if it detected one was pressed, then it would send a on press event and stuff like that. Before that, I was like, I don't really like this new input system, and then I realized, wait a minute, if I go and create my own thing from scratch and it ends up really similar to it, it's probably better than I initially gave it credit for. Okay, so the question is, does this input stuff add a force without me having to connect these flow lines or whatever the heck they are? Okay, it's sending constantly. It looks like it's going in, but I don't see any inputs happening. So let me try something real quick. I'm gonna open up actual scripting here and say, wow, it occurs to me that I don't actually know how to interact with the new input thing that well. So I know I can create a new input action, like public input action, my horizontal thing, and then say something like add force my horizontal thing dot read value float. What's wrong with that? Oh, new vector 3. Okay, so with that, I think it might have the possibility of working. Once compilation finishes. Okay, I need to remove burst or something. I don't know why burst is constantly feeling the need to compile everything. Okay, so can oh wait, I haven't actually set it yet here. So let's see here. If in okay, here we go. Input action, add positive negative binding. Negative. Oh, that's what I did wrong in the mapping. Okay. So negative is A, and then positive is D. Okay, so let's see if that works. No? Why you no work? All right, we're doing the classic Unity thing of we'll grab this var red value and then debug.log red value and see what pops out. Yeah, I don't know how you would go about doing user mappable controls. I think it's pretty simple. So I think each of these things here, like when I just hold on, let me see if I do A. Like, I think if you were to type in this string here, that would act as the remap, although I might be talking out my rear here, but I'm pretty sure what you see here is what you get. So if you wanted user remappable stuff, you could just come up with a collection of strings and then pump them into that system, I think. I don't know. And then I assume this listen functionality is also available. So it could make a very fast remapping, like press the button you want to use for jump, tap it and then one of those dealios. Okay, let's see what value gets pumped out. It's 0 getting pumped out constantly. Okay. Uh, why is 0 getting pumped out constantly? So maybe it's this read value thing that is not doing what I want it to do. My horizontal thing dot is there an event that I can register with here? Performed plus equals handle performed. Debug.log. Hello. And then obj dot is there a value that I can access here? Duration. Looking for a float or a double. Value type, value size, and bytes. Oh god. Yeah, this looks a little sus to me. We'll just debug.log the duration and see what happens. For now, I will comment this out though. I guess I should zoom in so you guys can actually see the code a little better. And then stick it so it's not behind my head. There we go. Okay, let's see if performed and such pops up. Okay, I need burst to stop. Okay, yeah, I'm getting nothing on pressing A and D. Why is that the case? Why are you doing this new input system? I know there's an input debugger, but first, let's see here. Burst, disable compilation. Okay. And then window input debugger. Keyboard. Okay, this is cool. Okay, that's interesting. So this is me pressing D and it comes up with E. That's a result of my weird keyboard layout. But A is the same, so that shouldn't be affecting other stuff. So it shows the input system is at least getting the value. Not sure why it says, oh wait, that's because it's text input. Okay. I think if the game was running, we'd get something else. Let me lodge that over there. See what happens. Can I clear this? They have a localization table. For like dialogue or... Okay, this is all text input. Why is it all text input? And I'm not getting any output from the dealio up there. Okay, why is this not working at all? my horizontal thing dot, let's see what other things we have. Started plus equals handle started. Log started. Okay. Let's see what happens now. No, still no dice? What is the meaning of this? What happens if I remove player input here? No? Let me try a different type here. Add binding. Path at. No? Nothing wants to work. Even if I swap keyboard modes to traditional. Interesting. Yeah, I can't for the life of me figure out why this wouldn't be firing. Maybe I should just go to the classic input system. But let's see here. What are the different names for these things? There's actions. Let's see if player input gives me anything. If I say here player input, p input, and then initialize that from start, then an update. See. All right, let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, it does pop up with my horizontal input thing. Keyboard /A, my control scheme. Okay, what if I say public input action asset? Do you pop up here? Okay, that's the base level one. That's the okay. So an input action asset contains a collection of action maps, and each action map contains a collection of actions, and each action contains a collection of bindings. Okay. It's been 3,000 years. How you doing? Okay, so what I want is an action, and I want to be able to drag and drop it. I'm actually not quite sure how this works, so let's go to Google. Let's see here. Oh, I guess also I could do in the script graph, we could say add node, events, input, event button, and then we can probably debug.log string literal. I wish the search was a little faster. Button pressed from graph. Okay. And then do I need to save that or? Let me get rid of this old crap. Well, I mean, you're still able to use the old input system, but I want to go through the growing pains of the new system now, because it seems pretty powerful. I mean, it is a little complicated, but if I was making a game, I would probably create an abstraction for the old input system, and the new input system removes the need for making such an abstraction. So it might take a bit to get used to, but at the end of the day, it's going to reduce the amount of work, and having it be a standardized approach to it, I think, is the proper way of going about it. All right, play again. Okay, we have nothing in the console. Oh wait, that's because input action is none. My horizontal thing. All right, now. Nope, nothing happening. Yeah, clearly I have no idea what I'm doing. Uh, on pressed. Yeah, okay. So that seems to be what it's mapped to. So this is really weird. I swear this should be set up and working properly. Maybe there needs to be different sets here. No, that seems like pretty much anything you would need. We'll call this alternative. And see if there's some different setting. Control type any. And we'll bind it to enter. Is there a has exit time in Bolt? Probably not. We haven't gotten quite into the state machines within Bolt yet. Dude, why does my audio seem to be clipping constantly? Okay, maybe that volume is a little better. But we'll see. Save asset. Okay. And then in the visual scripting here, do alternative. All right, so it updated constantly, so it's aware of stuff. And if I hit play, hit enter, yeah, still nothing. It's weird that this is constantly flowing as well. Its value is 0. That's cool that it shows you the value though. It's very nice. But it'd be nicer if the input system worked at all. Okay, let me have a drink of water real quick. All right, does anybody have any idea what I am doing wrong? So this input action method, yeah, time screwed by. So this right here, I swear should just be working, and that is connected to uh, this red value here, and it's also connected up here with these performed events and such. Let me get that out of here. And then p input dot unity dot input unity engine dot input dot no, excuse me, IO. No, I don't think we want to go to low level stuff. We want the highest level possible. All right, what namespace is this in? It's in. That's a lot of comments. Jesus. Unity engine dot input system. Okay. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. Is there a. Oh my god, there's lots of namespaces within there as well. Is there a map? Input action map? All right, let's try that. Public input action map. Map, and then if I do map dot, what do I get access to? So I want this input action, but it to be a drag and droppable thing. Or maybe it just supports that. Hold on. Let's save and hop over. So if I have this input actions thing here, if I go over here and drag this, okay, clearly there's something droppable, but it's not quite what I want. Okay, this is drag and droppable. Okay. Let me remove this keyboard thing. It's no longer necessary. Type is not a supported string value. Array binding has disappeared. Okay, that just looks like standard stuff. Hold on. Don't need that. Well, it's appearing in the inspector, but it's letting me edit it like a serialized thing as opposed to being an object reference. What I would like for it to be is an object reference. So I want one of these actions here. So properties, action type value, pass through. Don't know what that does. Okay, so input action map. Okay, this should let me drag and drop the thing in that I wanted. So if I go here and drag in my horizontal input, no. Okay, it does. It's just a little janky. So that lets me drag and drop like that. I just don't understand why none of these inputs are getting picked up. And I knew what I was getting myself into. Starting with this input system crap. Maybe incidentally what I've done has made it work. Nope. You know what? what if it didn't actually change the input? Let's see here. We want player. Uh, okay, it's using the input system package. I wonder if it needs both to be selected. I can't imagine that there's some shenanigans with Bolt, and I'm not even trying to use Bolt right now. I'm just trying to use the damn thing directly. But none of the values are getting reported. Oh my god, I just remember, I know what it is now. This has screwed me in the past. You were absolutely right about it being a stupid thing that it has been screwed over. I don't know if I should make a counter for this. All right. Uh, all right, this is how stupid this is. I know exactly what the issue is. My horizontal thing dot enable. I'm like 90% sure that this is what the entire issue is. Yep. Yep. Fudge muffins everything, dude. Oh my lord. What a way to waste 30 minutes, huh? So the whole cause of this was not having an dot enable thing here. So with that out of the way, where was I going? Okay, so we have started, hello, and then 0 being printed. Um started, hello. Okay, so this is both on. Okay, it starts with started and then goes performed. I'm guessing performed happens over time. And then add force by the red value. Hold on, can I move side to side? No, not quite. What if uh I log the red value here? Yeah, those seem to be working fine actually. So why is that not translating into an actual movement? Maybe I just need to multiply it by 10 or something. No, it's just refusing to move. Very cool. Script graph. Okay, hold on. Is this action alternative? So let's figure out how to get the more standard approach working now. Okay, so alternative is not working, and that's presumably because I haven't hit enable on it. Maybe that's what this player input thing is supposed to do. Freely switch between control schemes. Let's try player input dot enable. All right, let's try that. Nothing? Uh Hold on, I'm still getting 0 printed out constantly. Where's the 0 come from? Okay, the red value. So we know that is actually doing stuff. So why is it not moving it if the red value is actually legit? I'm having a great deal of trouble understanding why this isn't moving side to side. Why would that be? No, it was working earlier. I do add node vector 3 literal and say 5 and just pump that into the force. It should go off to the side. Yeah, okay. So why was the other thing not working? Oh my lord. The reason it is not working is because oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's because I am assigning the force after doing the movement and then writing over it. All right. So, yeah, okay. So, let's see here. Now, if I nuke this and connect it back to this thing here. Okay. Now, the issue is that that movement isn't actually coming from the scripting graph. It's coming from my custom code here. This one right here. So the question is, how do we get it to take it from Unity's official stuff? To do that, I'm hopping back to Google. Let's see here. Input event shows the things listed. Units appear. Hold on. You don't have any input actions. Use create. It might just be the enabled stuff as well. So the question is, how do I get to the enabled thing? Let's see here. Okay, maybe I can use the start event here and do some stupidity afterwards. No, stop. Okay, we have my horizontal input thing. Can I do like dot enable? How does this work? Input action enable. Okay, let's try add node, put action enable. Okay, input action asset enable. And then, wait, no, I want this one. And plug that in there. No, that doesn't work. It's because it's an input action reference. Okay, let's see what enabled things they have. So there's input action asset. All I see is the input action asset. Therefore, let's try this. Okay, does this actually flow? Doesn't look like it. Oh my god. Uh, okay, so right here we have input action map, and then my horizontal input thing. Um, okay, let's comment that out. No need of it anymore. And then say map.enable. So this is what the graph should have been doing at least. We'll comment that out. I have no idea what the player input is actually doing. Maybe it's actually screwing stuff up. Okay, so if I go into play mode, all of those are indeed still 0. Let's remove player input. Why, thank you. I'm happy to be back. How are you doing? Nope, no inputs. No. Okay. Uh I can't imagine they would want you to iterate manually over each of the elements in there. That just doesn't seem correct to me. So, let's see here. Select the action selector. All right. We'll follow every single direction in the tutorial. All right. Player input. Doing pretty good myself. Just frustrated at Unity's new input system. All right. Okay. We installed the package. We have input handling set to the new system. We regenerated the units. Okay. We've added a player input component. We will select an action. Default scheme is any. Action map. Fine. You can now interact with the input scheme and enter player input event units. Okay. Now open up the script machine. Okay, we have it. And then it's events input. I'm actually getting a headache right now. I don't know if it's from sleeping wrong or if the input system is just bothering me that much. Uh, okay. On input system event button, input action. Input on input system event button, action. It's what I had previously done, basically, is what it's telling me to do. It looks like to a T. So I can only imagine that it has to be the same deal as before with the just dot enable not having been called, or this one here. This doesn't seem to do it. Let me hop in really quickly and check out what they're doing. Enable all actions. Okay. Enable controls. Yeah, there's no way in hell they want you to do this manually. For the curved connecting lines between those, would those be Bezier curves? Indeed, they would. Presumably cubic? Yeah, it looks like it. So they've got a tangent heading straight out the front of it, and then it curves around. It looks like the distance that you move it, or the distance between them, affects the length of the tangent as well. It could also be some other type of spline, of course. Okay, so that was an adventure that that particular one sent me on. Let's see what my other one here did in enable. Get or create action map. Resolve bindings if necessary. Enable single action. Okay. So I really think this enable thing here should be calling this within like it should be calling all of them automatically. Question is, why are none of these things popping up? Why can input not? To Google Unity input system package. Quick start guide. All right. Always remember 30 minutes of screwing around can save you 5 minutes of reading the docs. What is this behavior stuff? Unity? Unity. Okay. Wait, was it just because I didn't have it set to invoke C# events? I'm going to be a little bit salty if that's the case. No, it doesn't look to be. Maybe it was just because I didn't have a settings thing? No? Still no dice? Why read docs when you can ram into a wall until you find the solution? That's basically how I learned Unity, to be honest. It wasn't until I guess like 2 years ago or something that I had like too much pride to even ask questions on the forums. So I would just pray that the issues that I'd been encountering somebody had already asked on Stack Exchange and stuff, or Stack Overflow, or Unity answers. All right, back to the docs. See what you have to say. Invoke Unity events. Okay, this is a thing. My action map. Let's make a quick new C# script here. Public class, just print stuff, please. Mono behavior, public void print string str debug.log str. I guess we can lambda expression it. All right, just print stuff, please, and then an events, my action map. Print. We have success. Let's see what happens. Nothing at all. What if I do my action map alternative? So this should be map to return. Alternative success. The bracket of alternative success. AKA the loser's bracket. Play and nothing. Is it just because I didn't hit save on this or something stupid like that? No, it's already saved. Enter on the keyboard, used in my control scheme. Action type button. Is that what it was waiting for? Play. Nope, still nothing. Oh my god, I'm getting really tilted right now at Unity's new input system. Why is this so obnoxious? All right. Maybe I should add like a tilt meter to the stream. That seems the most accurate way of gauging how things are going right now. Or I can just tilt the camera more and more depending on how far gone I am. Okay, so it says to use Unity events. Okay, it's saying to do basically exactly what I did. So why isn't it working? Oh my god, dude. Dude. Guess I'll show you guys what I'm reading. So I already created an input action asset. Already done this thing. Wait a minute. No, that should be fine. So this player input thing just seems like a utility. Yeah, this is what I did. Let's see here. Try setting it specifically. My action map. Maybe it needs a camera. We'll put the camera in. No input module necessary. Invoke Unity events, and we have the Unity events that call this and this. Maybe my Castleroid controller is stepping on the toes of the other thing. Let's disable the script machine as well. Nothing. I am getting no debug.logs. Maybe there's a bug in my debug.log thing. No, that looks pretty good to me. Does anybody have any idea what the deal is? Unity, why? Okay, let's try. Unity input system not working. The most generic possible query you can imagine. The input system doesn't trigger anything anymore. Oh, that's using the classic thing. Um, so what's this called? This is called a input action map. All right, back to this thing. Let's see here. How do I? Keyboard.current.space was pressed this frame. Like, I cannot conceive of what could possibly be making this not work. Let's automatically create private copies. That sounds like it could cause the issue. Okay, player input enables all actions from the action map. No default action map exists, does not enable. Turn off auto switch, maybe that was causing it. And re-enable, let me make sure I'm not disabling it or something stupid. Okay, let's remove that map.enable line. Okay. Oh, still nothing. Wait, now there's... Oh, the graph isn't enabled. Alternative. None of these work. Why does nothing work? I don't understand, dude. I'm this close to just going back to the classic input system. Oh my lord. This is something else. Maybe it's a problem with embedded stuff. We'll say my test graph. Okie dokie. So that all seems to work. Oh, wait a minute. So this is I think this is telling this to fire or something. So if I remove this line, oh my god. Now we come back to the former thing. How do I delete the connection? All right. Am I really going to have to Google this? Bolt delete connection. Right click the connection arrow. Oh no, what did I do? Okay. Okay, there we go. You have to right click the little duder here. Oh, no, stop. Oh my god. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. All right. And if I do this or this, nothing works. Okay. Okie dokie. So player input duplicates all parts of the action map and enables everything. I have this connected to invoke Unity events. It says on these events, just print stuff. I guess we should make sure that printing stuff actually just works. And for that, on start, just print. Right. Do I really need to rebuild? Okay, rebuilding the nodes is a little obnoxious. I hope that Unity does something about that in the future. Let's see here. Project settings, visual scripting, generate. Generate nodes completed. Okay. Just print. Please. All right. And if I hit play, okay, it pops up with please. So the bug is not in my thing. We don't need to manually enable the stuff. Let me see if I can specify the string. Debug log string. It's kind of annoying. At least undo works. Okay. I can't believe we've been stuck on this for like an hour and a half. The entirety of the stream has been trying to get the freaking input system to work. Okay, so I guess we can take a look at the player input component and see how they're attempting to do it. Maybe swap into debug mode here. Player input script. Okay. That's a lot of to-dos. That does not that does not fill me with a significant amount of confidence in how this is supposed to work. Okay, let's see here. Add support for keeping for reconnecting. uh oh my god, how many lines of code is this? 2,000 lines of code. What in the Okay, it's not even lines of code. The majority of it is summary crud. Okay, okay, unenabled. Perfect. Uh this is a little triggering for me. They're starting at I equals 1 and then pre-incrementing the I. This physically hurts me. Seen worse. I've seen worse too, but this is Unity's. It just hurts. But also, why is I don't understand why something like this should be 2,000 lines of code. I know it's like there's probably something wrong with him. No offense, but if you do plus plus I, there's something very mysterious. That is a red flag. Let me zoom in so you guys can see what I'm seeing, I guess. Action review. Really wish we had a single callback. Yeah, yeah. Oh my lord. Okay. I'm gonna try this for like 15 more minutes, and if I can't make any headway on it, I'm just gonna go back to the classic input system and say screw it. Okay, but we're gonna give it the best possible chance. In other words, we're gonna use Google a lot. Uh, Unity input system. So specifically, the issue is getting one of the inputs that has been set up in the input window here. This window. So right now, this stuff just seems to not be connected to anything at all. Like I can find it here in the script graph. Like what I create has things here, but it never actually seems to interact with anything. Now, supposedly, the player input component over here, this one right here, should be doing something about that. Um, it should be enabling the entirety of the map and taking care of instantiating stuff and such. But it just doesn't seem to do anything at all. I've even connected it directly within this action map itself, or within the player input itself. It has callbacks, and these don't seem to do anything again at all. Let's just add another binding. Listening for button. Space. How about any key? We will any key it and see if that makes it work. Are you going to accept any key? Okay, it says please. Why does it say please? Where did please happen? That was right here, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's try a more direct approach from script. So we'll do what I was doing here and have this action map. No. Let's check the player input. This is so frustrating to me. Okay, so we'll have a map and we'll enable the map. And then from the map, dot actions dot first dot performed plus equals handle perform. Okay. So we should get hello printed out once I set the stuff up here. Okay, we have my horizontal input thing, which is set up to have any input at all. Okay, we have hello showing up. It's not showing up with any key though. Why is it not showing up with any key? Let's turn off autosave. I have no idea what this means. I'm just so confused by why some things work and some things don't. Okay, so any key just doesn't seem to work, period. Maybe this is actually related to the domain reloading issue. Let's see. If I hop over to player, or no, editor, and then disable interplay mode options. No, it is not. What if I put any key at the top? Does order affect anything? Does not. Why does any key not work? Like, is there supposed to be a literal any key on the keyboard? I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Unbelievable. Okay, but we do have a way of accessing the inputs, just not from visual scripting. So why isn't the visual scripting working? Uh, quick start guide. Capturing player inputs. Uh, okay, it shows it in create a new script machine on the game object. Maybe the order matters. What if we stick the script machine after player input? And re-enable play mode options. So we want it to be printing this. Maybe on pressed is just bugged. It really just seems like the visual scripting doesn't work with it at all. Or I guess the core issue is this player input thing. The player input isn't working with any of it. So I guess I shouldn't expect the stuff that I guess uses player input. I don't know if okay, yeah, this requires a player input to be attached. So I guess the core of the issue is this player input not working as expected. If we can figure out what's wrong with the player input component, we can actually do some stuff successfully. But I don't see anything wrong with the player input. Uh, how can I test this out most easily? Okay, let's try creating a new one. Create action, test action. Okay, it came up with some stuff automatically. Already has WASD and everything in place. Okay, events, uh, player on move. Just print stuff, please. On move. Okay, let's see what happens. We have hello being printed, but nothing else. Why? I wonder if like it's just nobody's been using the new input system at all, so nobody's realized it just doesn't work. uh Unity player input component not working. There's a text box to add a scheme name. You have to put a device requirement or actions don't get associated with anything. You create a new control scheme. Hold on. Why is this not test action? Okay. Player move. There are settings. I'm seeing a lot of people saying they spent hours trying to figure out this issue. This might be our culprit. Let's try creating a new one. Input actions. Another test. Add control scheme. Requirements. Keyboard. Wired. My scheme. Save. Let's add an action map. And we have a new action. And we will bind this to enter on the keyboard. Save asset. All right, let's see what happens if we stick this on here. Call that another test, right? Yeah. Another test, events, action map. Giving up on me. I'm about to give up on Unity's input system. Let's see here. My action. Just print, please. Please clap. Nothing. Uh. Solved my issue. Wasted a few hours trying to find out why it didn't work. Maybe the enter key is bugged as well. Hold on. Ah, save asset. Oh, woo! I think my hair needs to better reflect my current state of agony. And let's see here. If I have it pulled all over to one side, maybe I think that's, yeah, there we go. All right. We have please clap printed out in the console. Excellent. Okay, so okay, so there were several layers to that. It seems like enter is bugged. No, I guess I just didn't hit save asset or something. I don't understand. But regardless, apparently the one that it creates automatically does not have a device requirement, and that makes it so that it doesn't work at all. Um We did it. Okay, now the question is, can we get it to work in this? My action, button pressed from graph. Does button pressed from graph appear? Does not. Oh, yes. Okay, okay. We are in business. 2 hours into this poop show, we have finally managed to get input from the player. Oh my god. Okay, so just to make sure that some other bit of shenaniganry didn't happen, let's try going back to the one that it generates. And sure enough, all that we get is that hello thing from our manual coverage of it. Computer? Okay. Things froze for a second. So, of course, you guys can't see the console, so you'll have to take my word for it. Or I guess I can drag it over. But uh-oh. Okay, script graph is kill. Can we unkill script graph? Edit graph? Nope, script graph is Ah. Script graph does not want to work anymore. Object reference not to set to an instance of an object in graph GUI. Let's see here. I guess editor styles dot label. Why would that be null? Get label is null. Okay, somehow the GUI styling got screwed up in Unity. I'll probably fix it with a restart. Let's just restart real quick. Uh Oh, so that was an adventure. I'm glad you all were here with me on that. Oh my god. Okay. There. And we get the script graph. Where is edit graph? Okay, yeah. Restarting Unity fixed it. Perfect. All right. We can now begin doing anything at all for any reason. Um, okay, so this is kill, and this is kill as well. Uh, see here. Have it on another test. No, it's not working now. Oh my god. Why is it not working now? Oh, it's because this hold on. No need to panic. No need to panic. Okay, we should be good now. Yes. Okay. Okay. That was that was something. That's for sure. All right, let's add some inputs. Standard map. All right, and then my action is going to be called movement. Okay, we don't need enter on the keyboard. Let's see here. Type should be value. vector 2, and add up, down, left, right composite. Okay. Uh, the vector up is bound to W, down S. Okay, save asset. Now in the script graph, on hold, movement. This should be a vector 2, I guess. And if I no cancel input events input. Okay. Vector 2 movement goes into force. And we want this on hold. Okay, we should be able to add a force to the character now after 2 hours of work. Provided we multiply the resulting value by like 20 or something. Multiply float literal 20 and put that in there. Okay. Oh my god, we have a moving character. I probably want to remap the Y to Z though. However, actually, can I get it to go upwards? Yes, after a while? That was interesting. Okay. I have no idea what's causing the my hands are off the keyboard. And now it goes down? I don't understand. Oh my lord. There shouldn't be anything at all that deals with delays or okay, well I guess let's go through and remove all of the crap code from the Castleroid controller here. Okay, get rid of this. We don't need the player input. We don't need any of this crud. None of this is necessary. None of that is necessary. I guess this should go in. No, I don't want it in late update. So I think the issue right now is the force from the script graph is being applied after this line here. To test that, let's just do it in late update. I can change this later. Alrighty. No, it's still doing the funky. Why is still do the funk? Oh, that's already down at 0. That's down at 0. Okay, what happens if I remove this line? Alley-oop. Okay, that line does indeed. Okay, so I'm holding up now. And now it goes up. Okay, is it just weird acceleration shenanigans? Like its acceleration is currently below 0, or hold on, let's get rid of all this unnecessary stuff now. Uh no, no. What am I doing? I can't keyboard. All right. I'm going to keep an eye on the velocity value in the console over here. Okay, velocity is 0. 0 again. I am so very confused. Maybe this is just some shenanigans with update versus fixed update and such. So let's try moving all of this into fixed update. I really don't understand why it would be necessary to do this. And now I wish there was a late fixed update, but okay. Okay, so hopefully this is fine. I'm just so confused as to why there's a delay in moving up. And once it starts moving up, it continues accelerating as expected. But okay, yeah, it looks like it was just fixed update shenanigans. Okay. But I don't understand why, but okay. Let's see here. So the question is, how do I... Okay, I should be able to change this to fixed update. Okay, we are on our way. We have a controllable capsule after 2 hours of struggling with Unity's new input system. All right. So we are good in this capacity. So move, set the velocity to that. I will want this to execute later than most things. So let me see if I can stick an attribute on there, like execution, default execution order. There we go. And I want it to go after, so I think a higher value makes it go later. But I think I need to manually do that now since I didn't have it to start off with. So edit, project settings here. Where's script execution order? There it is. We'll add Castleroid controller and give it the value that I gave it in script. How did that happen? Okay, 500. Okie doke. So that should avoid any one frame delays in input shenanigans. So we should have nice and responsive controls. And now what do I want to do? I guess just having a simple move and jump would be ideal. So let's do that now. We'll add a new input action. Call this jump. And it's a button, I guess. Add binding. No. Delete. Okay. And then in the script graph, events, not lifecycle, input button. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Because all of the forces and stuff are applied in fixed update after the fact, I can assign them outside of fixed update and it'll queue up the effect of it until the next fixed update. So I don't need to worry about any issues in that regard. I do need to hit save on this though. Okay, input action, jump. And then let's add a new method to the controller here. Get rid of all this excess shenanigans. We'll have a add impact, and this will ignore the delta time. Yeah, that seems like it could work. Okay. Okay, and now we do a castle roid add. Oh, I need to rebuild the nodes. Ah, that's so obnoxious. Takes quite a while too, doesn't it? Unity? Okay, Unity's back. It decided to go on hiatus. It's fine. Add impact. Doke. And then we're going to have that be like 20 and Y. And is that all we need to have the character jump? Like a line of code? Okay. There was some delay in that. Is he coming back? Oh, there we go. Okay. So if I tap once. Hello? My dude? Okay, I guess it just went off screen. So now we need to check if it's on the ground. I think we can use the character collider for that, or character controller. There we go. And then there's got to be some if thing. Oh, wow. It popped up first. Cool. Uh, if true, go to that. Is that how this works? I guess we can also decrease the force. Okay. Very nice. Okay, so now we have moving and jumping capabilities. Uh, the control right now is absolutely atrocious, though. So we need a better. So right now it just accelerates in the direction you press. I want it to accelerate towards a vector that is determined by the direction that the player presses, instead of using the player's input directly as an input force or as a force. Um, so we need some other thing before this add force, or need to add a new method other than add force. Um, okay, there's a number of things that we can do. Uh, I think a target, like force towards target velocity, would be nice. So instead of adding a force, we apply a force with the goal of getting it to a particular velocity. So let's see here. Public void uh target velocity force towards target velocity. Vector 3 target. I apologize. I keep hitting the mic as I go to type on the keyboard. We have vector 3 target and then a float strength. And so one thing we could do, the naive approach, I guess, would be velocity equals vector 3 dot move towards target time dot delta time times strength uh, velocity target time dot delta time times strength. However, in most situations, I don't think that's going to be what we want. Instead, I want to force specifically in the so if it's falling down, I don't want holding to the right to slow its vertical fall speed. So instead, we're going to separate the velocity into a couple components. So we'll have our affected component equals target. What am I looking for? Vector 3 dot project. Uh, target dot normalized. And I also want to early out if no, I don't want to early out. So the issue is what happens if target is 0, and target being 0 is something you're gonna come across a lot. Maybe I should have another parameter that uses, so we can say force towards on plane, for example, and then give it the normal of a plane, and that might be the ideal. So force on plane, target strength vector 3 normal. We're still going to have the affected component split though, except for this is going to use normal instead of target dot normalized, and then var independent component equals vector 3 dot project target, or vector 3 dot project on plane. Okay, and then affected component is, oh, wait, no, I don't want target, I want velocity. And then affected equals move from affected to target by the strength, and then velocity equals affected plus independent. Yeah, that seems reasonable, I think. Well, let's try it out. Okie dokie. What are these doing up here? Okay, so instead of add force here, let's replace this with I've got to regenerate the nodes. Oh my god. This is going to be so that's what we can do instead of the HADS exit time thing. We can have regenerate nodes. A regenerate nodes counter. Okay, there we go. So now replace with plane force plane. Yeah, okay. Okay, target is going to be this. Strength is going to be something that we probably specify. And then normal is going to be vector 3 dot up. I should probably stick that in as a default parameter. No, I want it to be. I want a check for it at least. If normal is equals, well, if normal dot square magnitude is less than or equal to 0.01f, debug dot log error. Okie doke. Just to avoid any heartache in the future when I inevitably accidentally forget to assign that. But I think it's better to have that than the default of up because there's probably going to be situations where I don't want up to be the same thing and I want to be notified if I forgot. So if everything has gone correctly, actually strength should be like 20 and then this multiply thing here should be 5. So if everything has gone correctly, then it will quickly go towards the sideways velocity that I specify and then will not accelerate beyond that, and it will stop also when I release the button. Let's see. Okay, not quite. What happens if I do side to side? It kind of seems like it continues accelerating to me. Okay, what did I do wrong? Okay, so the affected is by projecting. Oh, wait. Project on plane, and then this one is just project. I got the two values mixed up. Project on project. Project. There we go. That should be good. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now we have decent control, although it is rather jittery. Presumably that's because of fixed update. Let me hop into the settings real quick. We're gonna do Time Lord impersonation here and just switch everything to our desired speed. All right, 60 FPS on the dot. It's still awfully jittery. Maybe I should swap over to a rigid body based solution. Why not? Let's try hopping over to a rigid body real quick. Because I made that Castleroid abstraction, uh, I should be able to change over without too much heartache. Capsule collider and rigid body, and then instead of character controller, we'll have a rigid body. And then I think do I have these add force things go towards the rigid body itself, or do I keep my velocity abstraction here? That is the question. What if I just have this do, oops, we'll have velocity linked directly into movement dot velocity. So whenever I affect it, um, I need to use a property here. Get return rigid body, no, movement dot velocity, set movement dot velocity equals value, and we'll call that rigid body, cancel body. And we no longer need to manually specify that. And we no longer need to manually do this either. So just delete everything basically. So this is now just a pure abstraction of the rigid body. And then later, I guess I could extend it as I had done with Crazy Control to make it so that it works for rigid body 2D as well. We shall see. Okay, so what happens if I hit play? Perfect. Excellent. Feel like I'm playing Game Builder Garage again. Let's freeze some of those axes. X, Y, and Z in rotation. All right, perfect. Okie dokie. So, wonder if I should stick some guards that will notify if time.delta time is attempted to be accessed outside of the physics loop. Because I can foresee losing track of where the physics and normal loops are within Bolt here. So I'm actually going to do that. Add in a quick void verify fixed loop. And then say if time dot delta time is not equal to time dot fixed delta time, debug.log error assigning force from non-fixed context. And then I can just add in that verify thing here, verify fixed loop, and then verify fixed loop. Okay, and that'll tell me if I've made any mistakes before it, I don't know, gets out into the client's game, and they're playing, and they have a potato rig, and suddenly their character is moving at 3 frames or 3 meters per second instead of 20. Okay, so there should be no errors if I hit play. Hold on, why does it need a character controller? Huh? A component rigid body. No character controller attached to player, but a script is trying to access. Oh, wait. That's because of this is grounded thing. Okay. So instead we want, oh, that's a little annoying, isn't it? I might have to reach into some stuff from Crazy Control. So what I want to do is be able to tell when the character is on the ground. The built-in character controller comes with that, but the rigid body does not. One way that you can accomplish this is by doing a rigid body drag operation. So you grab the rigid body and pull it through the scene, and if it hits something, you can see what it hit. And you can just do that downwards a little bit to see if it's near enough to the ground. Um, you can also have it so that on collision enter and such, it will store the contacts that it has, and if one of the contacts is pointing in the general upwards direction, then that means it's on the ground. That's a more physically accurate way of testing if you're on the ground, but it also makes it very susceptible to like bumps in the road. Like if you go over a slight bump, then suddenly you're airborne, quote unquote. The question is, how do I want to handle that? Well, first, let's test the physics thing, make sure that that's all hunky dory. Um, Missing input value for condition. That's fine. So there's no errors right now, and then if I change this to update, I should get an error, but I'm not getting an error. Why am I not getting an error? Force on plane. Oh, it's because I haven't put it in the force on plane thing. I don't want it in add impact. I want it in force on plane. There we go. All right, there we go. Yep, filling with errors. Perfect. All right, so let's swap it back to fixed update. All right, should be good now. No errors. Perfect. So next order of business is to check if they're on the ground. The previous methods, I still don't know which one I'm going to go with. Let's add it to the Castleroid thing here. Say public bool is grounded. Get and body dot drag. Is that how this works? No. Physics dot drag body dot cast. Is it like rigid body dot drag? Am I really gonna have to Google this? Unity drag or rigid body? No, not rigid body dot drag. Oh my god, it's all freaking rigid body dot drag. Uh, rigid body cast. Oh, of course, that's available with rigid body 2D. I swear this was a built-in function. Now I can do it using Unity's colliders. Unity rigid body cast test. Oh, sweep test. There we go. Body.sweep. It looks like these are going to allocate some garbage, which is a little annoying, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just learning how to use visual scripting. Oh my god, what have I done to my hair? A little better. Still. Oh my lord. Alright, body.sweep test, and then God, I need to adjust this so I stop hitting the damn thing. The direction is going to be vector or physics dot gravity dot normalized, and then out var hit if or return that, and then we don't need to actually that. We do need a distance though. We'll say constant grounded distance equals 0.05f. By int, I of course mean float. Okay, now we should have an isGrounded parameter that we can rely on. Once I regenerate the scripting nodes. I'm gonna look this up while this is happening. Unity regenerate. I am having fun. Now that we've gotten past the freaking input stupidity. Okay, regenerate nodes complete. Also, about how long is the delay between when I say something and when it pops up, do you think? I basically responded to you as soon as I saw it. Okay, so now we should have grounded is grounded. Plug that into that. Okay, this is kind of confusing how it's next to false. Okay, so with that, if we hop into play mode, still false. Like 20 seconds? Oh my god. Body.sweep test is grounded is if that is true. Why is that being false? I no understand. Use gravity. Why would this be constantly false? Just to make sure, Amber, you do have the like live option enabled, right? You're not rewound a little bit. Right, is grounded. Body.sweep test. Says live, huh? Maybe I'll try swapping to that low latency stuff, or maybe I can access that from here actually. Video. I don't see an option for adjusting the latency after it's already live, unfortunately. All right. Oh well. I'll see next time about enabling ultra low latency. I'm used to Twitch where it's like 2 or 3 seconds, just by default. Uh, okay, so I made it so that it will say grounded if it is ever. And it's not. Okay, why is the rigid body sweep test not resulting in anything? Okay, let's see here. Else debug.log. Not. Just want to make sure it's actually being called. It's not actually being called. Okay. Oh, that's because okay, it only fires on me actually pressing the space bar. So what happens if I Oh, okay. It seems like it's inverted. Like while it's in the air, it's returning false. So if it contacts something, then it's on the ground. Why would that be backwards? Um, Maybe I'm just hold on. Oh, that's correct. I'm getting absolutely bodied today. Reason primarily I'm using YouTube or planning on using YouTube is when I have a bit of a larger base on YouTube, and by a bit I mean a lot, as opposed to my Twitch, like 1,500 followers. It's 25,000 on YouTube. And YouTube, I think, also has better monetization options for non-partners. Right now on Twitch, basically the only option is uh Like I'm an affiliate, which means I get like $1 for a subscription or something. Um, so YouTube is far more attractive in that capacity. Although from all of the shenanigans that I had to go through to get live and make sure all the settings were correct, I kind of preferred Twitch. It was a lot of hoops on YouTube's end, and then not having a permalink to the stream, I think is or maybe I just don't understand it yet. Is there a way to get a permalink to the live stream for a given channel? But what I really don't understand is why this sweep test thing seems to have its value inverted. Now, I could just hard negate it by sticking an exclamation point in front of it, but I want to understand why. Why is this negated? Body dot sweep test rigid body. Returns true when the rigid body sweep intersects any collider. Yeah, that seems correct. Why is this like inverted? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Okay, let's just hard invert it and hold. I gotta check something here. I'm just so confused by this. Let's see here. So, if is grounded, then we will debug.draw line from the transforms center to the hits position. And we'll make it red and make it last for 5 seconds. And this will not be inverted. Oops. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm slightly less confused, but also still a little confused. So I need to use a distance override? Yeah, okay. Normalized and then grounded distance. Okay. But for some reason, when it was already in contact with the object, it was no longer detecting, the sweep was no longer detecting that. I remember dealing with a lot of stupidity like this when I was making Crazy Control. So I needed to write like my own sweep methods and stuff because of some cast just missing when they're near each other and such. Let's see here. Okay, right now it's detecting that it is not in contact with it. Let's have this run continuously, just for giggles. Void update is grounded. Bar thing is grounded. Okay. So this will do the check every frame. Okay, there was one hit, and then it stopped. All right, to Google. Let's see here. Unity rigid body sweep test misses. A and B are already overlapped. They will not return a collision. It's by design. Why? But why? The rigid body overlap test. God, this is frustrating. I'm getting all of these flashbacks to when making Crazy Control, and it's it physically hurts me. Maybe so one thing I can do is hook into the on collision event and just keep a collection of all of the contacts from that. But oh, hold on, this seems like it might have a thing, but I don't want to do that. Oh my lord. Things like this are just so frustrating because it shouldn't be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue at all, but here we are. All right, so I guess I'll just make my own extension method for it. Let's do that now, I guess. Or I'll just do it as kind of a normal method here first, and then as I have more need of it, I'll add it on more. Public void on collision stay. We'll have a list of contacts, contact point, contacts. Uh, dot clear contacts dot add range collision dot contacts. Okay, and what are you yelling at me for? Okay, and then we need a new thing, a new structure to contain some collision data. Struct interaction info. Gonna have a public vector3 point public read only vector3 normal. And it's going to be a list of interaction infos, actually. Contacts.select. C goes into new interaction info. C dot point. C dot normal. And I'm just using link now because I'm too lazy to do a non-garbage collecting thing. Of course, once this gets more in depth, I would rewrite that to not use it. But for now, just quick and dirty is fine. And then we need a new method that is public void or public interaction info sweep properly. This rigid body, that. Does this need to be static? The whole class needs to be static, doesn't it? Oh my god. Whatever. We'll ignore that for now and say vector3 vector. To avoid an extra normalization, we'll say direction float distance. I guess we need an out value instead. So we'll say bool out interaction info. If body dot sweep test direction out var hit distance return new or return true info equals new. So how do I want to determine if a contact point should be included? I guess just test the normal. If the normal is in the opposite direction of the movement, then it should be considered a contact. The question is the collision normal, is that relative to, is that arbitrary or is it relative to the other object's normal or what? Guess we'll see. I can only imagine it's relative to the other object's normal. So we'll say for each interaction info, if interaction info dot normal vector 3 dot dot normal and direction is less than 0. Yeah, that was basically it. If I end up doing a lot of streaming in the future, naturally, the monetization aspect is also going to be a big thing. Ideally, in the future, I'd just be able to make games and make it based on the money that I'm making from those games that I've made. But of course, being able to have a consistent income if I was making games from people donating and such would also be incredible. And to that end, YouTube's monetization options are far superior to Twitch's, in my opinion. Yes, we figured out the input system. Figured out. Uh, so it seems like both the one that I created as well as the one that is generated automatically when you use the make action button on the player input component, both of them had the same issue with them. And that is that they didn't have a required device setup in the schema or whatever it is. And it seems like you can only set these up at the time of creation. You can't go back and add it in later. That's what it seems to be, anyways. So it was a completely like invisible thing that was causing the stuff to not be registered. So I went back and created yet another new one with this invisible option set at the time of creation, and it worked. So yeah, and then we found out the potential replacement for the has exit time counter, and that could be the regenerate nodes counter for Bolt's visual scripting stuff. We'll see. We live in a capitalist society, indeed. Okay, so if it's less than 0, then return info interaction info or return true, but info needs to be interaction info. Okay, and then can you convert this into a nice for loop? Oh, only part. Lame. No. Let's go back to how it was. This is the most readable in my opinion. Just like Unreal's lighting generation. Is that a thing? It's been so the last time I used Unreal's lighting generation was actually back in UDK. Not even Unreal 3, just UDK. And the light mapper in that was incredible to me at the time. Uh, at the time I was using it, I don't think Unity had the Beast light mapper in it yet. I don't think Unity uses Beast anymore, anyways. But Unity's in Unity 3, Unity came out with Beast, and it was just so inferior to whatever UDK was running. It took so much longer, and Unreal's results seemed so much better. Now, this was also based on the assets that I was using, and UDK had a bunch of assets that just came with it that were already textured really well and such. So it could be that maybe Unity's was on par with it at the time, but the fact that it just had good looking assets by default made it look so much better. I don't know. But I don't remember any node shenanigans. Okay, so we now have our sweep properly method since rigid body sweep test doesn't do what it should. And let's try putting that in the is grounded thing. Sweep properly. Uh, our info dot point. There's still an error somewhere. Where is the error? Return false. Info equals default. Do I really need to stick that in there? I do. Of course I do. Okay, let's see here. Show me the red line. We have a red line that moves with the object. Oh my god. All right, perfect. So we have it working as it should. It is a little sus to me that some of them seem tilted. This being tilted is fine, but some of them being tilted along here, I don't know about that. Why would they be tilted there? This isn't a mesh collider that it's up against. It's all primitives. Oh, the contacts are frame mold. Okay, so it's not the normals that are tilted. It's it's other shenanigans. All right, let's get rid of all this crap. Okay. And clear that. So now we should be able to jump when it hits the ground. Oh no, we can jump in the air too. Why is... Oh, I see. I see. In fixed update, I need to clear the contacts actually. So right now we have that in on collision stay. Let's shovel that over to void fixed update. And get rid of that. Yeah, it's on me. All right, perfect. Okay, so we have control. Let's see here. Strength 200. Very responsive. I like it. Let's merge the scene view back over here since we're not dealing with any shenanigans now. Okay, so we have a proof of concept movement and such. Let me reduce the jump height a bit though. I don't know, does 3 meters per second sound like a regular jump height? I mean, it looks realistic, but in a game, that's not quite what I would want. We'll say a 5 meter per second jump. Okay, now comes where we can actually get into some fun stuff, I think, now that we have a working proof of concept. So, you might recall with Crazy Control, that I leveraged Mechanim, Unity's animation system, in order to create state machines for controlling the character. This is what I used in the Mario 64 thing that I made. So the reason I leveraged Mechanim was because I was far too lazy to create my own generic state machine thing. But Mechanim carried with it a lot of baggage. It did incidentally make it a lot easier to join animations and actions together. That's a bit of a double-edged sword, as you can imagine. But Unity now has this, official visual scripting, and with it comes a generic state machine. So if I add state machine, there we go. So theoretically, what we could do with crazy control, we might be able to do with this. That's what I'm hoping. Now, as I had done with this script that I coded today, there's a lot of stuff that is missing from Unity's default stuff that would make it so just using the state machine by itself wouldn't be enough to make something on the order of crazy control. But I think with just a single helper script, unlike all of the crap that I went through in crazy control, we might be able to make some cool stuff with Unity's now official state machine stuff. Uh, so we will start on that once I get a drink of water. I will be right back. I have returned. My pronouns are he. I don't really care what you refer to me, though, as long as I get the message. Though I'm assuming you weren't referring to me. All right. Let's see here. So, state machine. Let's create a new one. My test state machine. Okay, how does this work? We're about to see a repeat of earlier. Okay. Okay, how do I get back out? Overview. State machine, edit graph. Okay, how do I go up one level? Object. Oh, okay, here we go. So these are the breadcrumbs right here. They don't have any lines around them, though. That's why it was difficult to see. Okay, so by double-clicking on it, we then get access to the other things. Now, can I embed a graph within another graph? My test graph. Perfect. Okay. So let's see here. Let's make a state machine that has just a grounded and an airborne thing. Player. Okay, let's remove. Remove script machine. There we go. So now we just have the state machine. And it seems to work fine. Okay. I guess if the subgraph is in here, then it is always running. If I delete it, what happens? Okay, cool. This is super powerful. Oh my god, I can't wait to get my hands dirty with this. Okay, so let's have a grounded and a movement state. So let's hop up here. And also you can do this while it's in play mode. Start, create script state. Okay, I don't know what the difference between the script state and the super state is. Super state. Anybody have any idea what the difference is between super state and script state? I have no clue. In any case, though, let's see if I can rename some of these. So we'll call this grounded. And then can we make a transition? Make transition. Nice, nice. Okay, hold on. If I delete that, okay, I really like that you can like delete everything. Hold on. Failed to add element to graph during deserialization. I'm gonna ignore that and hope that nothing goes wrong. Okay, so super state. Oh, okay. So super state is create a state with a substate already in it, and then any state. You can have multiple any states, I guess. Uh, so here's a big question: is how does the any state work in Bolt compared to Mechanim? So some of you may remember from from my Mario 64 thing. I used any state a lot, but I had to go through a lot of crap in order to get it to work how I wanted. So I ended up having a variable for every single sub-state machine. And that's because the any state thing in Mechanim would it would work from literally any state, not any state within the current substate machine. So if you were in a grounded state machine and then put in any state in there, it would take any state not just from within that grounded, but if you also had another airborne state machine elsewhere, it would use that as well. So that's going to be the first test here is how does this any state work? So let me delete that there and hop into this one, or rename it rather, Airborne. Okay, so in grounded, let's say more we have a transition. Can we transition to a specific other state from within here? State. Um, doesn't look like that. Okay, if I create a transition here and then say, okay, here we go. Is grounded. Okay. How does this work? So do I add like an update event? Say on fixed update. If okay, I'm getting a lot of errors, although they stopped. Okay, we should be good now. On fixed update, if is grounded. Okay, so this unfixed update only happens if it's within the grounded state. And okay, that's pretty powerful. I can see a lot of cool things that could come from that. I really wonder about the performance of this though, because well, I guess we'll see if I stick like 100 of these characters in the scene. If the okay, I'm seeing spikes in the performance graph here. All right, what's the deal here? I'll drag it over so you guys can see. Uh, okay, we're having some garbage being allocated. What's causing that? Player loop. Oh, it's from the GUI. Okay. Okay, I don't think there's any issue with that. I'll dock it back over. Well, performance is something we can test out later. So let's see here. How do I back out? Can I just backspace or space? No, I have to do that. Missing value input exception. Eh, Anio. You're not though. Why does it say it's missing a value? Missing value port input exception. You're not. I'm so confused. Maybe another Unity restart is in order, or perhaps I can just close that tab. No, it still says that there's an issue. Yeah, we'll see if time screwed over by bolts any state is a thing. But right now, I just don't understand why this is giving me an error. Okay, let's see here. If I hit play, uh, player in here, do false to that, disconnect that, and then from here, transition back. And this one is going to be if, and then fixed update. If grounded is true, then transition back to that. Okay, why is this one buggered, but the other one isn't? Hold on, is it just that specific node that's buggered up? Okay, yeah, just doing the same thing made it work. Okay, interesting. Okay, so with that, no, why are you yelling at me now? It's yelling at me even though I already fixed the thing. Oh my god. Okay, maybe if I just save project. Hold on, clear, save project. Oh, it's gonna continue yelling. That's fine, I guess. All right, let's see if it transitions. Okay, it started off, it's airborne, now it's grounded. Now it's airborne, grounded, airborne, grounded. Yeah, okay. All right, getting the hang of things. So now this logic that's in this script graph, can I embed this directly? Maybe if I select all, copy selection, paste. Okay, it's giving me some warnings. It's fine, right? Um, oh, I guess I didn't need to actually do that. Oh, it's not letting me undo. That's fine. Okay, so it should be that I can move around while on the ground and then jump, but I cannot control my velocity while in air. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right. So let's see here. Any state. How is any state going to work? What do you guys think is a good test for any state? So we've got grounded and airborne, and we need to see if we can make it so. I guess just dying. Dying could be a good any state test. So let's create like a health component or something for the character. Uh, public class health mono behavior. Yeah, I looked at my YouTube the other day and I saw like it'd been 5 years since I put up those Mario videos, and I'm like, oh my god, I feel like I'm getting so old. All right, move to health. Okay, so we're gonna have a public float health field on this, and some Unity events as well. So that's another thing. I need to know how this script graph interacts with Unity events. So we're gonna have a public Unity event on damaged, and then public, or I guess I can put this on the same line on death, and then we're using Unity 2021. I think that's all we need. And then health on get health, float health, set. Okay. I kind of wish that Unity's game object systems had a going from a kickflip to a grab trick. If we were making Tony Hawk, maybe someday. Um, uh, so Unity's new UI system, UI toolkit, has a pretty robust event system where you can say like dot register callback, change event float, and then whenever the float value of the object changes, it'll let you know. And I kind of wish there was some similar stuff with this. But when you wanted to implement your own things, you kind of had to go through this multi-step process that was kind of annoying, where you had to use and dispose and get pooled things properly. I don't think, well, some of it might be necessary, but I think there's some much easier ways of going about it. And for this case, I'll just check if the new health value is different from the old one. We'll say if health is not equal to value, or if health equals value, then we just return. Then otherwise, call on damaged with, or var damage dealt equals value, uh no, health minus value. On damaged, it's going to be a Unity event float. And then I guess on death does need to be its own thing now. Public Unity event on death. On damaged, damage dealt. Need dot invoke. And then I also need some additional checks. Let's see, value equals mathf dot clamp 0 and max health. We'll go to default of 100. Value is value. What if you did it again, but ported the SM64 decompiled C code to Unity? Oh, that sounds like an adventure. I don't know. I don't have too much experience with decompiled stuff. I've done some modding for games and such. But typically, well, I hate assembly with a passion is a good way of putting it. I know the decompilation project, I think, puts it in C++, so that's a bit nicer. But trying to add that as like a plug-in to Unity, it could be a neat exercise, I guess. Um, Maybe something to do when I have a lot of free time on my hands. What's wrong with health? Oh, health component. What's wrong with health? We live in America. Ha ha, got him. Rip, dude. All right, so now we have health, and then it's all C. Always has been. Maybe I'll look into that a bit more. I think ideally though, like all right, imagine the year is 20XX, all right. I think instead of having to make instead of having to make ROM hacks for games like Oot and such, ideally people would be able to have a system like Oot Creator or whatever in Unity that they could leverage and just make games that are similar but don't have to exactly follow the thing, and ideally could be made a lot easier using Unity's world building tools than it would be if you went and made a ROM hack yourself. Uh, Maybe that's something I'll focus on in the future. Well, American healthcare is interesting, of course. It's very effective, but it has, shall we say, a long startup and very high cost. If we could eliminate the middleman, it like trying to go to the doctors right now, you end up having to run it by your insurance company and wait, like freaking 3 weeks in order to get the appointment after they've confirmed whether or not your insurance is taken. Oh wait, you don't take my insurance? I guess I have to go try this other place. It's like, oh my lord. Twinity. It sounds like it could be a legit thing. Let's see here. And then we can say if value is less than or equal to 0, then on death dot invoke. Seems like it could work. Please don't steal. It's like that. God, what's that 2-player game? It's like a 2-player co-op jailbreak game. Not like you need to jailbreak a device to play it. Like you're breaking out of jail, like literally. Um, I forget what it's called. Well, you can always hop into the politics portion of my Discord. All right, so I think we have a nice health system here. Should be able to add and remove from it. Maybe let's add some utility methods. We'll say public void damage float amount, and then this will just do health equals health minus amount, and we don't need to worry about health minus equals. We don't need to worry about manually clamping it and such because that's all handled in the setter. We also don't need to worry about multiple deaths because if the values are equal, then it uh, earlies out. A way out. That sounds like it. And yeah, that seems like a decent health thing. Okay. Okay, so if I let's add like an obstacle or something. 3D object, cube, uh, z of 0. 7 2 out of 7 5. Nice. Biology was probably my least favorite subject. Uh, Due to circumstances, though, I was incidentally able to avoid having to take it in high school. So I basically didn't take any biology ever. And yeah, I've learned a decent amount from watching YouTube videos recently. In particular, Carl Sagan. Not the Carl Sagan, but Carl Sagan 42 on YouTube. He's a YouTube and Twitch. He's a Mario Maker streamer, and he's also a microbiologist. And he'll often go and talk about his um, like experiences in the lab and such. And no way, he actually got it with the 69. No, okay. Oh, you were saying lucky to me for not taking biology. I see. I thought you were saying lucky on the 69 because of memeing and actually got it. But so yeah, he's a microbiologist and he has like a secondary YouTube channel. And on that secondary YouTube channel, he made a video on how to make a treatment for Ebola from scratch. Um, and it was really freaking cool. Highly recommend looking at it if you if you have the time ever, because it was really amazing. Let's make some new materials. Create folder. Create material lava, and right now our lava material is just going to be wait, why oh, do I not have universal, do I not have ERP in the settings? Project settings, ERP, no. What am I looking for? Quality? Looking for graphics, that's right. We don't have any ERP stuff yet. Let's create a new folder. Rendering. 38. Wow, that's quite an average score. Congratulations. Create what am I looking for? We're looking for something related to rendering. Somewhere rendering. ERP asset. Okay, now in project settings, graphics, lighting asset, continue. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, let's can I reset material to default? Or is the default always screwed now? 3D object cube. Okay, so it now uses ERP. Okay, how do I copy? Copy? Paste? Nice. And then, materials, lava on that. And the lava material, we're just gonna have it glow red for now, I guess. Emission, yes, and red. Why is my Unity lagging so much? Why is this not? Oh, that's odd. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have some lava, and when the character touches the lava, they take damage. How does that work? Thought Emporium or Nile Red. I'll keep those in mind. I used to be so super competitive with my scores. Oh my god, I've made freaking super ghouls and ghost controls. No, I can't land on it. Hey, there we go. Okay. Uh like when I was in high school and such, I was a smartass. There's no other way to say it. All through school, I was acutely aware of I was unaware of how disproportionately smart I thought I was. Um and I prided myself on my perceived intelligence. And as a result, I would always try to sneak in the scores that I got on things when talking to people. Like it could be completely unrelated, and I'd just like try and steer the conversation in that direction. God, I was so insufferable. It'd be something completely unrelated, and I'd like try to get them to say what score they got on their tests, so I could, uh, just throw out how much better I was than them at the thing. Oh my god. All right. So how are we gonna do lava? Bad streamer. Um. Okay. So, is there a collision event here? Collision. Oh, we can indeed access on trigger stay stuff. Okay. Let's see here. Create. Wait, can I go into the any state? No, I can't. That would have been too powerful. I want to add a behavior to this so that it's always executing. Oh, I guess I can just add that as a separate state machine behavior on the player. So we can say state uh, machine script machine. There we go. And then we'll make it embedded first, and then edit that and delete these events and say on trigger stay. Okay. And let's add a trigger name, I guess. This isn't the best method of doing this. Yeah, that's basically what I would do. God, so in my calculus class in high school, um so the previous year's students had written like welcome letters to the people who were coming in, Um and oh god. So there was this one of the letters that was written was it was like it teaches you how to look at the world differently. After I took calculus, it opened up so many avenues for me. And so everybody's looking through all these letters from the previous students, and I noticed a mistake in one of them. So it was talking about how gravity had a derivative, and they were saying that derivative was two x. Of course that's not the case. That is what you would do if you were using whatever that shortcut is, where you take the exponent and slide it in front of the variable. And so this I noticed a mistake, and I just had to pounce on that mistake. All right, so somehow I'd weaseled it into like this conversation in that corner of the class about how it's like, yeah, that's a great way of introducing new students to it. It's wrong, but it's a great way of doing it. And then there was kind of like this shock thing, and it turns out that the person who had wrote that was acting as a TA in the calculus class. So she's sitting there behind me, listening to me pick apart her introductory letter. And I was so embarrassed. Like, I was starting to get better around that time. So I was, well, or was I? I guess maybe I wasn't, but I was at least getting better enough to where I could be embarrassed about calling out this person in front of them to the rest of the class. Oh my god. All right, let's have a damage over time script or something. Damage over time. Or so I think I want, how do I want to handle this? Should I have the script send a damage event to the player? Yeah, maybe I don't want to handle this with visual scripting. It might be better to just have this. Screw it. We're doing it with visual scripting. We're gonna do everything with visual scripting so that I learn how to visual script better. So let's add a tag. The legend 26. If you ask Twitch, add tag. Oh, that's right. You no longer have a limit to the number of tags you can have in Unity. New tag. Lava. It shows you how long it's been since I've used tags. I think they added that change like in 2018 or something. All right, we'll add a trigger for this and give it the lava thing, and then on trigger enter, compare tag. Can I use that? Okay, compare tag this to, no, 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 cease. Okay. Uh, dot tag. Can I do this? Get tag. Uh, is this a true or false value? So if true, then yeah, uh layers might need a little bit more work before you can do it. So layers are, they're used a lot by the physics engine and such. A lot of the things use layer masks for collision optimizations and things like that. So you'd probably need to change a lot in order to get that to work. I don't quote me on this, but I think in Unity physics there's no longer a layers constraint. An awful idea. Runtime changing of the layers. Let's on one frame as the physics thing is about to start, just swap out the layers with an entire new set. It's perfect. Okay, so if that, then we're gonna reduce the health, take damage. Ah, I did it. I did it again. A tag that has multiple tags in the name. Uh You'd have to manually split it, and splitting strings, at least without additional shenanigans, can be annoying. Or I guess you could just iterate it over through it and look for if it contains the particular thing. Um, so what you're talking about with multiple strings like that, that's actually a core part of the dots workflow. So there's thing called tag components, and you can put as many of these tag components as you want on an object. And then it's super fast because the components that are on an object just change its archetype. So it's just stored in a different portion of memory. So just by virtue of it being in that location in memory, you know that it has that particular tag. So you don't need to like iterate over a string and compare all the characters and such. It's just by it being there, you know that it has that. So tag components are those that change their location in memory without actually adding any data to them. So they don't have any overhead at all. It's just the location that drives that bit of knowledge, and you can take advantage of that, of course. Uh, what was I doing? Health. Oh, that was the thing. The thing that I did. It's the thing. Visual scripting, regenerate nodes. Here we go. The thing with the stuff. Success. Okay, so now that we have that, true health, damage by can I get delta time? I can get delta time, can't I? Get delta time. Excuse me. Uh, we'll do multiply delta time by some constant value. Float literal. This is an awful lot of nodes to create to do something so simple, I think. And then stick that into amount. So we're going to be taking damage over time. I don't know if connecting this is necessary. I guess we can experiment with that. Wait, if I do... Yeah, it is necessary. Okay. Definitely need a regenerate nodes count. Uh, all right. I'll add it. Let's see here. Add text regenerate nodes embodied by regenerate nodes. All right. Okay. And then I guess it's 3 so far. And then okay. And properties. Okay, this is kind of annoyingly set up. 36. Okay, I'll leave that text box open. Or can I? I don't know. Bodied by regenerate nodes. 3. All right, perfect. Bodied by font size. So I wonder. So I had a custom like language parser that I made for Crazy Control, and I'm kind of considering porting that to Bolt. so that if there's a lot of stuff you need to do, you can just type it out in one expression string and feed that into the values. Although I made some assumptions in it, like in the what was to be the dots version of Crazy Control, all data was stored in float fours, which is essentially a vector for, but it's using the unity.mathematics library, which allows for bursted SIMD code. Um, so essentially, adding two float fours together is the same speed as adding two floats uh, because of that. So it didn't matter if you only needed one value. It was best to just bunch them into a vector four essentially and pass them around. Uh, so it wouldn't be quite valuable enough. But if there was a way of adding a like a compiled string, can we say code? Script. Like if there was a way of just actually writing in like C# code here, that would be very, very nice. In any case, though, let's see if this graph here makes. Oh wait, no. I want if the other objects tag is lava. All right. We'll see if damage is taken over time. To make it visible though, I need to edit the script a little bit. Um, health component. Uh, void start. Yeah, a la Game Maker, where you can just type in like GML into any text field you want. Health equals max health. And then if I hit play and move into the lava, oh, I need to make sure I have a player component attached, I think, or health component. Okay. And then I need to, just to make it visible, we'll serialize field. Is there a way of making it so you can see properties in the inspector, like this public float health thing? Because if you could just edit those directly, that'd be great. All right, so we have 0 health. Why do we have 0 health? It's supposed to set health to max health. Uh, maybe it's because I had it selected when I entered play mode. No, I'm just bad at games. Uh, health equals max health, so this should be setting health to 100. If approximately health and value, then return. Okay. No, we're about the same stuff. Oh, we can see the graph flowing though. We're taking damage. All right, what happens if I put 100 in health? Nothing's happening. Uh, Hold on. That seems like it's taking up an awful lot of processing power. Hold the phone. Timeline. Ooh, that is okay, what happens if I close the script graph? That's still an awful lot of processing power. Mmm. So it looks like it's taking about 1/10 of a millisecond to compute what I have so far. See what happens if I Oh, you know what it could be? It could actually be the sweep test. No, it's not doing the sweep test because I'm not pressing space. Mmm. That level of performance is no bueno. Okay, let's see if it jumps up to 0.3 if I duplicate the player. I guess I can bring the profile over here. No, okay, that's quite a bit better. Or wait, no, it needs to be on the fixed update tick. Okay. Oof. Oof. Okay. Hmm. I wonder how much of that is like fixed overhead that you'd have to deal with. Or how much of it is allocating a full kilobyte. Hmm. Well, we'll see if it causes issues later on. I'll probably look up some bolt performance stuff off stream. You know, it is getting a little late. Maybe I should call it soon here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the lava damaging the player and the player like dying, and then I think I will call it for today at least. Uh, okay, so we have trigger, we have lava. Let's hop over the player. I don't understand what the deal with the health is right now. So we set health to max health on start. Damage dealt equals health minus value. Okay, yeah. Debug.log health set to value. Health set to 100. Having to make Minecraft with Bolt. Oh my god. Can you imagine having a graph setup, like checking all neighboring nodes and such for if there's faces there before constructing the mesh? Oof. You would never see another frame again. Why is health still 0? I don't understand. Health set to. Oh. Can you guys see what the issue is? Health equals value. We did it. Okay. Now we test the any state thing to see if that works out. So we open up test state machine, then say any state, and create script state. And there's a transition to that. And the transition condition is health dot get health is, oh wait, maybe I can hook into the event. Health. Okay, how can I hook into Unity events with on death? Is there a way of doing this? Events. Unity event. On death. No, that doesn't work. I need to actually just type it in. That'd be a little silly. God bless the mute mic button. Let's reduce the starting health though. Player max health 10. Okay, I don't think it's triggering. Let's see here. Unity event bolt. The only supported parameter is a string that is the name of the event. I don't understand. Player. I mean, hmm. Oh no, that's a trigger Unity event thing. What I want is the Unity event to trigger this. Oh wait, no. Uh, okay, so I want there to be like a delegate that I can register in the thing. Delegate a thing. Indeed, I am still live. So, let's see what else they have in the events section. Events. Why did I lose my icons? I like my icons. Uh, custom event. Ooh. This seems string based though, which is a little obnoxious. Wait, maybe I can call a custom event by registering with the Unity event on the thing. Um, so I would want to do Unity event.add listener. No, not gonna not gonna let me do that. Let's see here. We'll have ah on death or on dead. Get on death. Hold on. Can we do? Yeah, I think I have to do add listener. I doubt that bolt scripts are converted to C sharp. Uh, you can make changes to the bolt graphs and they respond immediately in the scene. Um, so I assume that what happens is they just actually have the graph running behind the scenes, and each graph has whatever reflection shenanigans is necessary, like the method info or whatever. Um, and then when you change the graph, it recompiles all of those method infos and such. But I don't know. I don't think reflection works on all platforms, but I'm assuming that Bolt works on all platforms. Maybe I have to look into that. Let's see here. All the listener stuff is in Cinemachine. No. All right, back to let's see here. Bolt Unity event listener. Hmm. It looks like they might want you to use your own custom event shenanigans. And it looks like they might not be compatible with Unity events. So you can trigger Unity events, but I'm confused by this section that they have. Okay, so you can use flow machine dot trigger unity event, and then you provide it with an event name. Oh God, yeah. Imagine that. Like it's like, all right, we have this amazing game set up, and then oh, none of what we did actually works on our platform. Whoops. Yeah, so here's what I'm looking at. So they have this, which we found earlier. Um, so you can trigger a Unity event, but that Unity event that you trigger, I don't think is an existing Unity event that you've prescribed in code. I think that it's letting you create a new Unity event and use that. I don't know. It seems completely useless if I'm understanding it properly, which I'm probably not. Okay, maybe not completely useless, but very nearly so. So let's try this. We'll say health on death and say state machine uh trigger unity event on death. See if that works. All right, let's see here. Now, one thing I do like about this very odd approach to the triggers is that you don't need to update it every frame. You can have it just listen for an event like this, which is nice. Okay, so move over here. Nothing? Nada? Nani mo nai. Is it actually being called? Hold on. Do I have that please print thing on here? Just print stuff, please. Print. Death called? He wants to know how you're doing. Okay, death is being called like every frame. Uh, your health set to negative. Oh wait, I need to clamp this above. Okay. And let's remove the health set to thing here. I should be seeing we're about the same popping up in the console. You guys won't be able to see it, but eh. Okay, we're about the same. Um let's collapse. Okay, death is called, but it doesn't seem to trigger this Unity event here. And it's unclear whether that's because it's some any state shenanigans or something weird here. So let's try it from in here. On death, print, just print stuff, please. Death called from grounded. All right, let's try that. Okay, it's just straight not working. Excuse me. Why would this not work? On death, death called on death. Oh wait, I'm doing script machine dot trigger Unity event. What about state machine? Death called from grounded. Death called. We're about the same. Uh, try it again and see if there's a transition that gets fired here. Yep. All right. Cool. All right. So any state works at least in that capacity. We are currently in. I don't think we're in here. Oh, that's blue. Does blue mean it's firing? Player airborne. Can I still move? I can. Uh. Okay, that's a little confusing. Can you be in multiple states at the same time? Like you're standing on the corner of Wyoming or some such? I don't understand. It really does look like it's in multiple states at once. Can I paste a transition? Doesn't look like it. Why can I copy if I can't paste? Huh. Maybe I need to make it first. Make transition and then. No? How odd. Oh, whatever. Let's copy this. Copy that. And paste. It seems like there might be multiple active agents. I don't really get that. Wakarimasen ne. Okay. Like, are there now two layered agents co-located on this thing? Do we need to do like a full course in philosophy and talk about how their superposition is located within that state now? Is that what we've devolved into? Uh, this is super weird. Yeah, look, it's still active in this state. Okay, this is a weird way of handling any states. I'm glad that I experimented with this. All right, well, I think on that note, I might call it for the day. Yeah, I really need to think about this because this is super awkward. Um, first we must talk about parallel states. Yep. So I'm gonna think on this. Maybe look up how it's supposed to be used, and then we'll see. I don't know when my next stream might be. This is me trying to learn how to use states. Is what this is. But well, specifically, I don't know when the next stream of me doing this will be. I did have quite a bit of fun today, but have I tried regenerating nodes? Damn it. Uh, I don't think regenerating nodes is necessary here. However, I might be doing a stream of a different project soon. I actually convinced one of my clients, or got them to allow me to potentially stream work on it. So I might be doing that sometime next week. Might be doing this. We'll see. Um, so until then, thank you everybody for watching, and until next time.